Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the Wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The Commonwealth settled into its nightly embrace as the last vestiges of daylight faded beyond the western horizon. Shadows lengthened across the broken landscape, transforming the harsh realities of wasteland survival into something softer, more contemplative. In these quiet hours, when most settlements secured their gates and travelers sought shelter, a different kind of activity began. The gentle rhythm of voices carried across vast distances by invisible radio waves, connecting isolated souls through the darkness. Othmies, Durati and Wanbei, the Ringyamei, deep beneath the ruins of what had once been a small college library, in chambers carved from pre-war basement storage spaces, DJ Midnight Echo prepared for another evening broadcast. The underground studio bore little resemblance to the sterile communication facilities favored by larger settlements or military installations. Instead, it resembled a scholar's retreat, walls lined with salvaged books, their leather bindings worn but lovingly maintained, candles flickering in brass holders that cast dancing shadows across philosophical texts and poetry collections. Echo moved with the measured precision of someone performing a nightly ritual. Real name long forgotten by all but the most persistent memories, they had become simply Echo to the thousands who tuned in during the late hours. Their appearance reflected the aesthetic they had cultivated. Simple clothing, practical for the wasteland, yet chosen with care, silver hair pulled back loosely, hands that spoke of someone who handled books as often as they operated radio equipment. The broadcast equipment itself represented years of careful scavenging and patient restoration. A pre-war radio console, its chrome surfaces polished to a gentle gleam, occupied the center of the curved desk. Vacuum tubes glowed amber behind protective grills, while analog meters swayed gently with signal strength. Unlike the harsh digital displays favored by military installations, Echo's setup possessed an organic warmth that matched the intimate atmosphere they cultivated on air. Another evening finds us, fellow wanderers. Echo spoke softly into the vintage microphone, their voice carrying the comfortable cadence of someone beginning a conversation with old friends. The Commonwealth grows quiet around us, and in this stillness we find space for the thoughts that daylight often crowds away. Whether you're listening from the safety of settlement walls or keeping watch over a campfire miles from anywhere, you're not alone in the darkness. This opening ritual never varied, though Echo's words were never precisely the same. Like a musician playing familiar melodies with personal interpretation, they found comfort in structure while allowing space for the evening's particular mood to emerge. Tonight carried a subtle tension, not the sharp anxiety of immediate danger, but the deeper concern that came from absence. Before we begin tonight's contemplations, Echo continued, adjusting the frequency slightly to compensate for atmospheric variations. I want to acknowledge a voice that's been missing from our community for several weeks now. Wandering voice, if you're listening, know that your perspective has been missed. Your questions about the nature of hope in seemingly hopeless circumstances sparked conversations that extended far beyond our broadcast hours. The absence of Wandering Voice had begun as a minor note of concern 3 weeks prior. In the 18 months since this particular caller had first contacted the show, their weekly participation had become a reliable fixture of Echo's programming. Unlike many callers who sought specific advice or wished to share particular experiences, Wandering Voice engaged with the deeper philosophical questions that formed the heart of Echo's broadcasts. Echo settled back in their chair, gaze drifting across the accumulated wisdom that surrounded them. Volumes of poetry, philosophy, and literature rescued from the ruins of the old world. Tonight's theme had been chosen with particular care, inspired by both the season's changing light and the growing certainty that Wandering Voice's absence represented something more significant than temporary travel or communication difficulties. Tonight, I want to explore the nature of connection, Echo began, their voice carrying the gentle authority that came from years of guiding late-night conversations across the airwaves. How do we form bonds with people we've never met? What responsibilities do we bear toward voices that exist for us only as words carried through the darkness? They reached for a worn volume of philosophy, pages marked with careful annotations accumulated over countless readings. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations nearly 2,000 years ago, observed that we are all connected by our shared humanity. He wrote, "What is not good for the hive cannot be good for the bee." In our fractured world, radio has become one of the few remaining hives, places where individual voices can contribute to a larger conversation about survival, meaning, and hope. The ambient sound of the Commonwealth night filtered through the studio's carefully designed ventilation system, the distant call of night birds, the whisper of wind through ruins, the occasional creak of settling debris. These sounds were never eliminated from the broadcast. Instead, Echo had learned to weave them into the show's atmosphere, creating an intimate sense of shared presence across vast distances. I often wonder about the paradox of radio intimacy, Echo mused, lighting a fresh candle as the previous one began to gutter. We share our deepest thoughts with strangers whose faces we'll never see, whose true names we may never know. Yet somehow, in the darkness, these invisible connections can become more honest than conversations held face to face. Perhaps it's easier to be truthful when we're not watching for reactions, not reading expressions or body language that might make us self-conscious. A soft chime indicated an incoming call. Echo's expression brightened with the anticipation that accompanied each new voice, the possibility of unexpected wisdom, fresh perspectives, or simply the human connection that made these long nights meaningful. They adjusted the equipment to accept the call, maintaining the careful technical balance that kept their broadcast clear while ensuring caller privacy. "Good evening, fellow wanderer," Echo greeted warmly. "You're sharing the late shift with us. What's brought you to the radio tonight?" The voice that emerged from the speakers belonged to a young woman, words spoken with the careful enunciation of someone still learning confidence. "Hello, Echo. I listen most nights, but I've never called before. I'm stationed on watch duty at a small settlement, and your voice keeps me company during the quiet hours. Tonight, I finally worked up the courage to participate." "Courage is exactly the right word," Echo affirmed, their tone carrying genuine appreciation. "It takes bravery to reach out into the darkness, to trust that your voice matters to people you've never met. What would you like to share or explore tonight?" "I've been thinking about what you said a few weeks ago, about finding purpose in small actions," the caller continued, her initial nervousness giving way to thoughtful engagement. "I'm just a settlement guard, not a trader or a doctor or anyone particularly important. Sometimes I wonder if what I do matters in any meaningful way." Echo nodded, though the gesture was invisible to their audience. This question touched on themes that appeared regularly in their broadcasts, the search for significance in a world where individual survival often seemed to require all available energy, leaving little for broader considerations of purpose or meaning. "Tell me about your typical watch duties," Echo requested, settling more comfortably into their chair. "What does your responsibility to your settlement involve?" "Mostly it's routine," the caller admitted. "I walk the perimeter, check the defensive positions, listen for unusual sounds. Most nights, nothing happens. I watch the sun rise, then sleep during the day while others take their shifts. It doesn't feel particularly heroic or meaningful. But consider this perspective, Echo offered gently. Your vigilance allows every person in your settlement to sleep peacefully, knowing that someone they trust is watching over them. Parents can rest beside their children without fear. Traders can recover from long journeys. Healers can sleep deeply knowing they'll have the energy needed for tomorrow's patients. Your routine nights are victories, evidence that your dedication creates the security that makes all other forms of community life possible. The conversation continued for several minutes, with Echo guiding the exploration of how seemingly mundane responsibilities could carry profound significance when viewed within larger contexts of community and mutual care. Other listeners occasionally joined through the show's message system, sharing their own reflections on finding purpose in everyday actions. As the call concluded, Echo felt the familiar satisfaction that came from facilitating meaningful dialogue between strangers who might otherwise never encounter each other's perspectives. This was the essence of what made their broadcast fulfilling, creating space for genuine human connection and philosophical exploration in a world that often seemed to allow time only for immediate survival concerns. Intik, surfumentik distik. That conversation reminds me of something poet William Stafford wrote. Echo continued after bidding the caller farewell. The way it is, there's a thread you follow. It goes among things that change, but it doesn't change. In our fractured world, we sometimes lose sight of the threads that connect our daily actions to larger purposes. Radio allows us to trace those connections, to see how individual choices contribute to the broader tapestry of human community. The night deepened around the underground studio, and with it came the subtle shift in atmospheric conditions that characterized the late hours. Radio propagation improved after midnight, allowing signals to travel farther and with greater clarity. Echo's audience grew during these hours, drawing listeners from across the Commonwealth and beyond. Travelers maintaining lonely vigils, settlement dwellers struggling with insomnia, traders camping in the ruins between destinations. But it was also during these deepest hours that the absence of wandering voice felt most pronounced. Their calls had typically come between midnight and 2 in the morning, and their questions had possessed a quality that elevated the entire evening's discussion. Unlike callers who sought advice or wished to share experiences, Wandering Voice engaged with abstract philosophical concepts in ways that challenged both Echo and the listening audience to think more deeply. "I want to share a memory tonight," Echo said eventually, their voice carrying a note of personal vulnerability that appeared rarely in their broadcasts. "About 18 months ago, I received a call from someone who identified themselves only as Wandering Voice. Their first question was deceptively simple. In a world where survival requires constant vigilance, how do we justify time spent on abstract contemplation?" Echo paused, allowing the weight of that initial question to settle. Even now, months later, they could recall the intellectual excitement of that first conversation, the recognition of encountering a mind genuinely engaged with the deepest questions of existence and meaning. That question launched a conversation that continued for over an hour. Echo continued. "We explored whether philosophical reflection was a luxury available only to those whose basic needs were secure, or whether it represented something more fundamental, a distinctly human capacity that remained important precisely because it transcended immediate survival concerns." The memory brought both warmth and growing concern. In the months that followed, Wandering Voice had become not just a regular caller, but something approaching a co-host. Their questions sparked discussions that continued in messages from other listeners long after the broadcasts ended. They possessed an unusual combination of intellectual rigor and emotional depth, approaching abstract concepts not as academic exercises but as vital tools for understanding how to live meaningfully in challenging circumstances. What made these conversations special, Echo reflected, was how they demonstrated that philosophical inquiry isn't separate from practical life. It's one of the ways we make sense of our experiences, find patterns in apparent chaos, and identify the values that guide our choices. Wandering Voice understood this intuitively, asking questions that connected ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges. A new caller joined the broadcast, introducing themselves as Desert Walker. Their voice carried the weathered quality of someone who had spent years traveling the Wasteland's more remote regions. "Echo, I've been listening to your show for about 6 months now," Desert Walker began. "Those conversations you had with Wandering Voice, they helped me through some difficult decisions during my travels. I'm wondering, have you considered that maybe their silence isn't about inability to call, but about needing time to process whatever they're going through?" The question struck Echo with unexpected force. In their growing worry about Wandering Voice's well-being, they had focused primarily on potential external obstacles: communication equipment failures, travel dangers, settlement difficulties. The possibility that the absence might be intentional, related to internal rather than external circumstances, offered a new perspective to consider. "That's a thoughtful observation," Echo replied, genuine appreciation evident in their tone. "It's easy to assume that silence indicates problems rather than reflection. Can you tell me more about what led you to that interpretation?" "Well, some of their questions were pretty heavy," Desert Walker continued. "Questions about suffering, about finding meaning when everything you've built gets torn down, about whether individual consciousness survives death. Those aren't casual philosophical puzzles, they're the kind of questions people ask when they're wrestling with major life changes or losses." Echo nodded slowly, processing this insight. In their role as facilitator of late-night conversations, they had become skilled at recognizing when callers were working through significant personal challenges, rather than engaging in purely academic inquiry. Looking back on Wandering Voice's recent calls, there had indeed been an increasing intensity, a quality suggesting that abstract questions were connected to immediate personal concerns. "You raise an important point about the relationship between philosophical inquiry and personal crisis," Echo acknowledged. "Sometimes our deepest questions emerge not from intellectual curiosity, but from lived experience that challenges our existing frameworks for understanding the world." The conversation with Desert Walker continued for several minutes, exploring how abstract contemplation could serve as both refuge and tool for processing difficult experiences. Other listeners contributed through messages, sharing their own observations about Wandering Voices' calls and speculating about possible explanations for the extended silence. As the discussion developed, Echo found themselves viewing the situation from new angles. Rather than focusing exclusively on worry and potential loss, they began considering how their response might demonstrate the kind of care and commitment that radio community could offer to its members, even invisible members whose personal circumstances remained largely unknown. "This brings us to a profound question," Echo said as the conversation with Desert Walker concluded. "What obligations do we have toward people we care about but cannot physically reach? How do we demonstrate concern and support when our only connection is through radio waves?" They reached for another book, this one a collection of letters between philosophers separated by distance and circumstance. Throughout history, thinkers have maintained relationships primarily through correspondence, sharing ideas, offering encouragement, and providing intellectual companionship across years and continents. Radio allows us to continue this tradition, creating communities of mind that transcend physical isolation. The studio's candles cast dancing shadows across the philosophical texts, creating an atmosphere of contemplative warmth that matched Echo's reflective mood. Outside, the Commonwealth night continued its peaceful progression toward dawn, while inside, the gentle hum of radio equipment provided a constant reminder of the invisible connections linking scattered listeners across vast distances. "I've made a decision," Echo announced, their voice carrying new resolve. "Beginning tomorrow evening, I'm going to dedicate time in each broadcast to exploring questions that Wandering Voice raised during our conversations. Not as a memorial, I refuse to accept that interpretation yet, but as a way of continuing the intellectual journey they helped begin. If they're listening, they'll know their contributions haven't been forgotten. If they're not currently able to call, maybe hearing their questions explored by our broader community will provide encouragement during whatever they're facing." This announcement generated immediate response from listeners. Messages began arriving through the show's communication system, expressions of support for the plan, sharing of favorite topics from previous Wandering Voice conversations, and offers to contribute research and perspectives to the ongoing discussions. As Echo read through these messages, they felt a profound sense of the radio community's strength. What had begun as concern for one missing member had revealed the depth of connection that existed among regular listeners. People who had never met were volunteering time and energy to honor the contributions of someone they knew only as a voice in the darkness. This is what radio community looks like, Echo observed, genuine emotion evident despite their typically measured delivery. When one voice goes silent, others step forward to fill the absence, not to replace what was lost, but to demonstrate that the connections formed here are real and enduring, even when they exist primarily in the realm of ideas and conversation. The night progressed with a series of thoughtful calls, each contributing to the evolving discussion about connection, responsibility, and the nature of community in a world where physical gathering remained dangerous or impossible for many. Echo guided these conversations with their characteristic combination of philosophical depth and practical wisdom, helping callers explore how abstract concepts related to their immediate experiences. Around 3 a.m, as the broadcast entered its final hour, a call came through that made Echo's breath catch. The voice was familiar yet somehow different, weaker, more hesitant than the confident tone they remembered. Echo, this is Wandering Voice. I've been listening tonight, and I think I need to explain why I've been silent. The relief Echo felt was almost overwhelming, but they maintained their professional composure, recognizing that this moment required careful attention rather than emotional reaction. Wandering Voice, they said warmly, I'm profoundly glad to hear from you. We've missed your perspective greatly. Please take whatever time you need to share what you're comfortable sharing. I've been dealing with a significant loss, Wandering Voice continued, their words coming slowly, as if each required careful consideration. Someone very important to me died about a month ago. Cancer. We think though medical care out here isn't sophisticated enough for definitive diagnosis. I've been struggling with questions about mortality, about whether the conversations we have and the connections we form matter if they're ultimately temporary. Echo felt the weight of this revelation, not just the personal tragedy it represented, but the recognition of how Wandering Voice had been working through grief using the philosophical frameworks they had explored together in previous conversations. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, Echo responded, their voice carrying genuine compassion. Grief is one of the most challenging philosophical territories we navigate as conscious beings. The questions it raises about meaning, continuity, and the value of temporary connections touch on some of the deepest concerns humans have wrestled with for millennia. That's why I needed time to think before calling, Wandering Voice explained. I didn't want to bring my pain to our conversations without being able to engage constructively with it. Tonight, listening to your discussion about community and connection, I realized that isolation wasn't helping me process what I'm experiencing. Sometimes we need other voices to help us think through problems that feel too overwhelming to tackle alone. The conversation that followed was unlike any that had previously occurred during Echo's broadcasts. Rather than the typically wide-ranging philosophical exploration that characterized most discussions, this focused intensively on specific questions about loss, memory, and the meaning of relationships that end in death. Echo drew on their extensive reading in philosophy and literature, offering perspectives from thinkers who had grappled with similar questions. But more importantly, they created space for Wandering Voice to work through their own understanding, using dialogue as a tool for processing grief rather than seeking definitive answers to unanswerable questions. Other listeners recognized the significance of what was happening and contributed with unusual sensitivity. Messages arrived offering personal perspectives on loss, sharing wisdom gained from their own experiences with grief, and expressing solidarity with someone whose specific circumstances they didn't know but whose emotional struggle they could recognize and respect. What I'm discovering, Wandering Voice said as the conversation neared its end, is that the temporary nature of our connections doesn't diminish their reality or importance. The person I lost is gone, but the conversations we had, the ways they influenced my thinking, the perspectives they shared, those continue to exist as part of who I am. Maybe that's how all meaningful relationships work, even ones formed through radio waves between people who've never met. Echo nodded, struck by the profound truth of this observation. That may be one of the most important insights we've explored in all our time together, they replied. The continuity of influence, the way genuine connection transcends physical presence. Your absence from our broadcasts taught our communities something about the reality of radio relationships. We discovered that we genuinely missed your voice, not just as entertainment, but as an essential part of our ongoing conversation about how to live meaningfully. As the broadcast moved toward its conclusion, Echo felt a deep satisfaction that went beyond the simple relief of knowing Wandering Voice was safe. The evening had demonstrated something crucial about the nature of radio community, how it could provide support during crisis, space for processing difficult experiences, and genuine human connection that transcended the limitations of physical separation. As we approach the end of tonight's journey together, Echo said, addressing their entire audience, I want to reflect on what we've learned about the power of invisible connections. We've seen how concern for one missing voice could mobilize an entire community, how philosophical inquiry can serve as a tool for processing grief, and how genuine care can exist between people who know each other only as voices in the darkness. The final minutes of the broadcast were devoted to practical matters, reminders about tomorrow's programming, acknowledgements of the evening's contributors, and the gentle rituals that marked the transition from shared contemplation back to individual solitude. But beneath these routine elements lay a sense of profound accomplishment, a recognition that something meaningful had been preserved and restored. Until tomorrow evening, fellow wanderers, Echo concluded, their voice carrying the warm familiarity that had become a source of comfort for thousands across the wasteland. May your travels be safe, your rest peaceful, and your connections enduring. Remember that even in the darkest hours, voices reach across the distance to remind us that we're not alone. As the broadcast equipment powered down and the studio returned to quiet contemplation, Echo sat for a long moment in the candlelit silence, processing the evening's revelations. The return of Wandering Voice felt like a victory, not just for their personal friendship, but for the entire concept of radio community. Proof that the invisible connections formed through shared conversation could provide genuine support during life's most challenging passages. Outside, the Commonwealth night yielded gradually toward dawn, while inside the underground studio, Echo began the careful process of documenting the evening's conversations for future reference. Tomorrow would bring another broadcast, more callers with their own questions and perspectives, and the continuing exploration of how human wisdom could guide survival in a broken world. While Echo's underground studio settles into peaceful silence after the return of their valued friend miles away in a different corner of the Commonwealth, another DJ begins their own preparations for the day ahead. In a mobile broadcast station equipped with extensive music archives, Harmony Keeper adjusts transmission frequencies while reviewing maps of settlements they plan to visit. Their mission to preserve the musical heritage of the pre-war world, about to lead them to a discovery that will challenge everything they believe about sharing versus protecting irreplaceable cultural treasures. Join us next for the music curator's mission. Morning light filtered through the Commonwealth's perpetual haze as DJ Harmony Keeper performed their daily ritual of equipment preparation. The mobile broadcast station, a carefully modified Brahmin-drawn cart that served as both home and cultural archive, stood parked beside a grove of mute fruit trees whose gnarled branches provided welcome shade. What appeared from a distance to be a simple trader's wagon revealed itself upon closer inspection as something far more sophisticated, a traveling repository of humanity's musical heritage, designed for both preservation and transmission across the wasteland's challenging terrain. Harmony moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed these morning preparations countless times over the past 7 years. Each piece of equipment had its designated place, secured against the constant vibration of travel, while remaining accessible for daily broadcasting needs. The main console, protected by a custom-built shock-absorbing mount, bore the gentle patina of frequent use, chrome surfaces carefully maintained, analog meters still functioning with the precision their pre-war designers had intended. But it was the archive section that truly distinguished this mobile station from conventional radio equipment. Row upon row of carefully catalogued holotapes filled custom-built storage units, each labeled with meticulous handwriting that documented not just titles and artists, but the circumstances under which each recording had been acquired. Some bore the professional production values of major pre-war labels, while others carried the intimate imperfections of home recordings, voices of people who had sung to their children, played instruments at family gatherings, or preserved traditional songs they had learned from their own parents. Another morning finds us on the road, fellow music lovers. Harmony spoke into their microphone, their voice carrying the warm enthusiasm of someone genuinely passionate about their work. Today's journey takes us toward Covenant, where settlement elder Margareta mentioned they have a collection of instruments that survived the war in remarkable condition. But before we begin traveling, let's share some musical treasures we've discovered during our recent visits to the Southern Commonwealth. This opening routine never varied significantly, though Harmony's selections always reflected their current location and recent acquisitions. Unlike DJs who focused primarily on entertainment or information, Harmony approached broadcasting as active cultural preservation, each song an artifact rescued from potential oblivion, each story a thread connecting present communities to their vanished past. They selected a holotape from the recent acquisitions section, its handwritten label reading Sarah's Lullaby, Diamond City Market, recorded spring of 2287. The recording began with the gentle strum of a guitar that had clearly seen extensive use, followed by a woman's voice singing a melody that predated the war by decades, passed down through generations of mothers to their children. This beautiful piece came to us from a family in Diamond City, Harmony explained as the lullaby played softly in the background. Sarah learned it from her grandmother, who remembered her own mother singing it during the difficult years immediately after the war. Notice how the melody carries elements of both pre-war folk traditions and the adaptations that emerged during the early Reconstruction period. It's a perfect example of how music evolves while preserving its essential emotional content. The Brahmin that pulled Harmony's mobile station, a patient creature named Melody, who had earned her name through apparent appreciation for musical broadcasts, grazed contentedly in the morning sunlight. Over the years, Harmony had developed a remarkable partnership with their animal companion, who seemed to understand the rhythms of their shared routine. Melody would begin showing signs of readiness to travel at precisely the moments when Harmony needed to conclude morning broadcasts and begin the day's journey. As the lullaby concluded, Harmony transitioned to a discussion of the day's destination and the broader mission that drove their constant travels across the Commonwealth. Unlike the territorial boundaries that defined most post-war communities, Harmony's constituency encompassed anyone who appreciated the power of music to preserve memory, provide comfort, and connect individuals to the larger human story. Musical preservation presents unique challenges in our current world, Harmony observed, beginning the educational component that formed an essential part of each broadcast. Unlike written texts, which can be copied by hand if necessary, recorded music requires functional technology to reproduce and share. Every holotape represents not just a song but a complex chain of equipment, knowledge, and care that keeps these recordings accessible to new generations. This perspective reflected 7 years of direct experience with the practical ethical challenges of cultural preservation. Harmony had witnessed irreplaceable recordings destroyed by equipment failures, dampness, electromagnetic interference, and simple neglect. Each loss reinforced their commitment to creating redundant copies of the most important pieces while sharing the music broadly enough to ensure multiple communities maintained their own archives. The broadcast continued with a carefully curated selection that demonstrated the scope of Harmony's collection: pre-war jazz recordings from sophisticated urban studios, folk songs preserved by traveling musicians, classical pieces performed by community orchestras formed in the decades after the war, and contemporary compositions created by Wasteland artists who had learned to craft beauty from whatever materials remained available. Between musical selections, Harmony shared stories about the recordings' origins, the people who had preserved them, and the communities where they continued to provide meaning and connection. These narratives transformed each song from mere entertainment into tangible evidence of human resilience, creativity, and the determination to maintain cultural continuity despite catastrophic disruption. Music serves multiple functions in our communities, Harmony explained as they prepared to conclude the morning broadcast and begin traveling. It provides entertainment, certainly, but more importantly, it offers emotional expression, cultural identity, and historical memory. When we preserve these recordings, we're maintaining connections not just to the past, but to aspects of human experience that transcend individual survival concerns. With practiced efficiency, Harmony secured the broadcast equipment for travel, ensuring that the delicate archive remained protected while leaving the mobile transmitter accessible for impromptu recordings they might encounter during the day's journey. The road to Covenant wound through relatively safe territory, but Harmony maintained constant alertness for both potential dangers and unexpected opportunities to document musical traditions. The journey proceeded at the measured pace appropriate for a Brahmin-drawn cart carrying precious cargo. Melody maintained her steady rhythm, occasionally pausing to investigate interesting vegetation, while Harmony used these natural breaks to review their cataloging notes and plan the afternoon's programming. The mobile station's design allowed for broadcasting while stationary, but Harmony preferred dedicating travel time to preparation and observation. As they crested a hill overlooking a small valley where Covenant's distinctive buildings came into view, Harmony noticed unusual activity near the settlement's main gate. A group of travelers had gathered around what appeared to be a heavily loaded cart, their animated discussion suggesting either celebration or crisis. Experience had taught Harmony to investigate such gatherings. Communities under stress often revealed cultural treasures they might otherwise keep private, while celebrations frequently featured musical performances worth documenting. Approaching the group with the careful neutrality that served traveling preservationists well, Harmony discovered the cause of excitement. A trader's cart had broken down while carrying an unusually valuable cargo. The merchant, a weathered woman named Elena, who specialized in salvage from remote locations, explained the situation with obvious frustration. Ogslat snapped about 2 miles out, Elena said, gesturing toward her immobilized cart. Wouldn't normally be a major problem, but I'm carrying some extremely delicate items recovered from a residential area that's been sealed since the war. Private collector's home looked like music equipment, recordings, personal documents, stuff that won't survive extended exposure to the elements. Harmony felt the familiar quickening of interest that accompanied potential major discoveries. Private collections often contained recordings that had never been widely distributed, personal performances by family members, or rare pressings of commercially released material. But Elena's emphasis on fragility suggested a need for immediate preservation action. What kind of recordings are we discussing? Harmony inquired, professional interest evident despite their careful neutral tone. Elena's expression brightened with the relief of finding someone who understood the significance of her cargo. Holotapes, mainly, but also some pre-war vinyl records in surprisingly good condition. And here's the interesting part. There are handwritten notes with the collection, suggesting these are final recordings made by a folk musician just before the war. Someone named Marcus Webb. Ever heard of him? The name struck Harmony with unexpected force. Marcus Webb hadn't been a mainstream commercial success, but within folk music circles he had achieved legendary status for songs that captured the growing anxiety of the pre-war period. His lyrics had possessed prophetic quality, addressing themes of environmental destruction, social fragmentation, and the psychological toll of living under the constant threat of nuclear annihilation. Most importantly, for current purposes, Webb's final recordings had been considered lost, existing only as references in music historians' documentation. Marcus Webb's final recordings, Harmony repeated, working to maintain professional composure despite their excitement. That would represent an extraordinary discovery. His earlier work demonstrated remarkable prescience about the challenges we're living with today. Final recordings would likely contain his most mature artistic perspectives. Elena nodded enthusiastically. The notes suggest he was working on what he called his Testament songs, pieces intended to preserve wisdom for anyone who survived whatever catastrophe he saw approaching. But here's my problem. I don't have the equipment to properly evaluate or preserve these recordings, and my cart won't be repaired until tomorrow at the earliest. These materials need immediate attention from someone who knows how to handle them properly. The ethical dilemma facing Harmony crystallized with uncomfortable clarity. Elena's discovery represented exactly the kind of cultural treasure their mission existed to preserve. But accepting responsibility for the Webb recordings would require difficult decisions about access, distribution, and the balance between preservation and sharing. I can provide immediate preservation services, Harmony offered after brief consideration. My mobile studio has climate control and proper archival storage, but I need to be transparent about my approach. I believe important cultural materials should be shared broadly rather than kept private. If these recordings are authentic Webb Testament songs, they deserve to be heard by communities across the Commonwealth. Elena's relief was evident, but she raised a practical concern that Harmony had anticipated. That's exactly why I approached you. Your reputation for fair dealing is well known among traders, but I need to consider the commercial value of this discovery. If these are genuine Webb final recordings, they're essentially priceless to collectors and communities. How do we balance preservation with legitimate ownership concerns? This question touched on complexities that Harmony faced regularly in their work. Cultural preservation often required navigating between competing claims, commercial value versus community access, individual ownership versus collective heritage, immediate sharing versus long-term protection. 7 years of experience had taught them that successful preservation required finding solutions that respected all legitimate interests while prioritizing the broader cultural mission. I propose a collaborative approach, Harmony suggested. Let me provide immediate preservation and authentication services. If these are genuine Webb recordings, we can create master copies for archival preservation while returning originals to you. Any commercial arrangements you make would be your decision, but I would request permission to share the music through my broadcasts, crediting your discovery and preservation efforts. Elena considered this proposal with the careful attention of someone accustomed to complex negotiations. After several minutes of discussion about technical details and timeline commitments, she agreed to the arrangement. Within an hour, Harmony had carefully transferred the most fragile items from Elena's cart to their mobile archive, beginning the delicate process of evaluation and preservation. The initial assessment exceeded even Harmony's optimistic expectations. The Webb collection contained not just the rumored Testament songs, but an entire archive of personal and professional recordings spanning the final decade before the war. Studio-quality master recordings were carefully stored alongside rough demos, live performance recordings, and personal musical diary entries that documented Webb's evolving artistic perspective as global tensions escalated. But it was the Testament songs themselves that proved most remarkable. Recorded in Webb's home studio during the final months before the war, these pieces combined musical sophistication with lyrical content that seemed to directly address survivors of nuclear catastrophe. Songs about rebuilding community from fragments, finding hope in ruins, preserving human dignity during desperate circumstances. themes that resonated powerfully with contemporary Commonwealth communities. The discovery goes beyond historical significance, harmony noted in their private documentation. These songs appear to have been deliberately created as cultural guidance for post-catastrophe survivors. Webb somehow anticipated both the nature of the disaster and the spiritual challenges faced by those who would attempt to rebuild civilization afterward. As evening approached, Harmony faced the crucial decision that would define their relationship with this extraordinary discovery. The Testament songs represented exactly the kind of cultural treasure their mission existed to preserve and share. But their fragility and apparent uniqueness raised questions about whether broad distribution might risk their permanent loss through copying, degradation, or accident. Setting up their evening broadcast from Covenant's main square, with Elena's permission to share preliminary findings, Harmony prepared to introduce their audience to Marcus Webb's Testament songs while openly discussing the preservation dilemmas they raised. Tonight, we face a profound question about cultural stewardship. Harmony began, their voice carrying unusual gravity. Earlier today, I encountered recordings that may be among the most significant musical discoveries since I began this preservation work. But sharing them with you requires confronting difficult choices about protection versus access, immediate community benefit versus long-term preservation. The evening's broadcast became an extended meditation on the responsibilities of cultural preservation. Harmony played carefully selected excerpts from the Webb collection, enough to demonstrate its extraordinary significance without overwhelming systems with complete performances that might strain broadcast equipment or create poor quality copies. Between musical selections, they shared Webb's own words about his intentions, read from handwritten notes found with the recordings. I cannot know who will hear these songs or when Webb had written. But if anyone survives the catastrophe I see approaching, they will need music that speaks to the experience of rebuilding from ruins. Art cannot prevent disaster, but it can provide tools for surviving its aftermath with dignity intact. The response from Harmony's audience was immediate and profound. Messages began arriving from communities across the Commonwealth, with listeners sharing their own perspectives on preservation ethics and offering insights drawn from their experiences with cultural recovery in their own settlements. A caller from Sanctuary Hills, identifying himself as Preston, offered a community leader's perspective. These songs could provide hope and guidance to settlements struggling with exactly the challenges Webb anticipated. But we also understand the importance of preserving originals safely. Maybe the answer is creating a traveling exhibition, bringing the music to communities rather than distributing copies that might degrade over time. Another caller, Diamond City's radio technician, suggested establishing a network of high-quality preservation facilities. Multiple communities working together could maintain master copies while ensuring the recordings remain accessible. No single location would bear full responsibility, and the risk of total loss would be minimized. These suggestions, along with dozens of others submitted throughout the evening, helped Harmony recognize that the preservation decision need not be made in isolation. The Commonwealth's communities possessed collective wisdom about cultural stewardship, accumulated through decades of experience preserving remnants from the old world while creating new traditions appropriate to their changed circumstances. What I'm hearing tonight, Harmony observed as the broadcast neared its conclusion, is that preservation versus sharing isn't necessarily a binary choice. Our communities have developed sophisticated approaches to maintaining cultural materials that honor both immediate access needs and long-term conservation requirements. The evening concluded with Harmony's decision reached through dialogue with their listening community rather than solitary deliberation. The Webb Testament songs would be preserved using a collaborative approach, master recordings maintained in secure archives while high-quality copies were shared with communities that demonstrated both appreciation for the material and commitment to preservation standards. Art belongs to humanity, not to individual owners, Harmony declared, their voice carrying conviction earned through years of cultural preservation work. Marcus Webb created these songs as gifts to survivors of catastrophe, people like us struggling to rebuild meaning from fragments. Our responsibility is ensuring his gift reaches those who need it while protecting it for future generations. Over the following weeks, the Testament Songs project became a model for collaborative cultural preservation across the Commonwealth. Communities contributed resources, technical expertise, and preservation facilities, creating a network that could safeguard irreplaceable cultural materials while ensuring broad access. Elena's commercial interests were respected through performance royalties and authenticated copy sales, while the music itself found its way to settlements throughout the region. The project's success validated Harmony's core belief that cultural preservation worked best as community effort rather than individual initiative. By sharing both the music and the preservation challenges it presented, they had created something more valuable than a single archive, a framework for ongoing collaboration that could address future discoveries and preservation needs. Months later, as Harmony continued their travels across the Commonwealth, they regularly encountered communities that had integrated Webb's Testament songs into their own cultural practices. Settlement councils played them during community meetings. Parents sang them to children as lullabies, and traders hummed the melodies during long journeys between settlements. The music had achieved what Webb had intended, providing tools for spiritual survival that strengthened communities' capacity to maintain hope and dignity despite ongoing challenges. This is what successful cultural preservation looks like. Harmony reflected during a broadcast from Good Neighbor, where local musicians had created their own arrangements of Webb's melodies. Not museum pieces locked away from community life, but living traditions that evolve while maintaining their essential wisdom. Marcus Webb's final gift has become part of our collective voice, helping us express experiences that individual words might struggle to capture. The Testament Songs discovery had taught Harmony important lessons about the relationship between preservation and sharing. True cultural stewardship required not just protecting artifacts, but ensuring they remained connected to the communities they were meant to serve. Recordings preserved in isolation might survive physically while losing their cultural meaning, while music shared thoughtfully could achieve the immortality that came from becoming part of ongoing human tradition. As the Commonwealth night settled around Good Neighbor's distinctive neon-lit streets, Harmony prepared to conclude another evening broadcast, their mobile archive now richer by far more than just additional recordings. The Webb project had demonstrated how individual preservation efforts could catalyze community-wide cultural renewal, transforming discovery into shared heritage that strengthened everyone involved. Until tomorrow's travels bring us together again, fellow music lovers, Harmony concluded, their voice carrying the satisfaction of work that served purposes larger than individual satisfaction. May the songs we preserve today provide strength for the journeys ahead, and may our efforts to share beauty help rebuild the world our ancestors dreamed of creating. While Harmony's mobile archive settles into peaceful silence beside Good Neighbor's glowing signs across the Commonwealth, another radio professional begins their most crucial shift. In a well-organized broadcast center, equipped with emergency protocols and communication networks, DJ Signal Flare monitors weather patterns and settlement reports. Their role as emergency coordinator about to be tested by a massive radiation storm that will isolate multiple communities simultaneously. Join us next for the Emergency Coordinator. The pre-dawn hours brought an unsettling stillness to the Commonwealth, the kind of atmospheric pressure that experienced wasteland dwellers recognized as a harbinger of dangerous weather. In the carefully organized broadcast center that served as the nerve center for the Emergency Coordination Network, DJ Signal Flare monitored multiple data streams with the focused attention that had made them indispensable to settlements throughout the region. Weather sensors, settlement reports, and radiation monitoring stations painted a concerning picture across the main display board. Conditions were aligning for what promised to be a severe radiation storm. Signal Flare's broadcast facility bore little resemblance to the intimate studios favored by entertainment or philosophical broadcasters. Instead, It resembled a military command center adapted for civilian emergency management. Banks of communication equipment lined the walls, each console dedicated to specific aspects of inter-settlement coordination. Maps covered every available surface, marked with colored pins indicating settlement locations, resource caches, medical facilities, and established evacuation routes. Most importantly, a comprehensive database maintained real-time information about each community's capabilities, current needs, and emergency contacts. "Good morning, Commonwealth Emergency Network," Signal Flare announced into their headset microphone, their voice carrying the calm authority that had become a source of stability for communities across the region. "This is your 6 a.m. coordination briefing. Current atmospheric readings indicate a significant radiation storm approaching from the northwest, expected to reach the western settlements by mid-morning and continue eastward throughout the day." This opening routine reflected 7 years of methodical emergency management experience. Unlike broadcasters who provided entertainment or cultural programming, Signal Flare approached their work with the systematic precision of someone whose decisions directly affected community survival. Every weather report, resource allocation, and coordination directive carried potential life or death consequences for people they had never met but whose welfare they had accepted as personal responsibility. The main display showed real-time data from weather monitoring stations positioned throughout the Commonwealth. Radiation levels were climbing steadily in the western approaches, while atmospheric pressure patterns indicated the storm would maintain unusual intensity and duration. Most concerning were the wind speed projections, which suggested the storm system would remain stationary over several settlements for extended periods rather than passing through quickly. Settlements in grid squares Charlie through Foxtrot should prepare for sustained radiation exposure. Beginning approximately 9 a.m., Signal Flare continued, consulting detailed meteorological data while simultaneously monitoring communication channels for incoming reports. Duration is projected at 12 to 16 hours, with peak intensity expected during afternoon hours. This is a shelter-in-place event. Travel should be avoided, except for genuine emergencies. The communication network that Signal Flare managed had evolved organically over the past decade, beginning as simple radio contact between neighboring settlements and growing into a sophisticated system that connected over 40 communities throughout the Commonwealth. Each settlement maintained at least one trained radio operator, while larger communities had dedicated emergency coordination staff who worked directly with Signal Flare to manage regional crises. As morning light filtered through the broadcast center's reinforced windows, reports began arriving from settlements in the storm's projected path. Sanctuary Hills confirmed they had adequate shelter capacity and medical supplies. Covenant reported their security systems were functioning normally, but requested clarification about protocols for travelers who might seek emergency shelter. Ten Pines Bluff acknowledged the warning, but noted they were experiencing communication difficulties with their southern patrol teams. Ten Pines Bluff, this is Signal Flare. They responded immediately to the patrol concern. What's the nature of your communication difficulties? Are we dealing with equipment problems or potential personnel issues? The response carried a note of worry that Signal Flare's experience helped them interpret correctly. Equipment seems fine for local communication, but we can't raise Team 7, who were supposed to report from the southern perimeter an hour ago. Could be atmospheric interference from the approaching storm, but we can't rule out other possibilities. This represented exactly the kind of cascading complexity that made radiation storms particularly dangerous. The electromagnetic effects could disrupt communications at the precise moments when coordination became most critical, while the need for immediate shelter could leave communities unable to account for members who happened to be away from settlements when the storm arrived. Understood. Ten Pines, Signal Flare acknowledged while simultaneously accessing their database of regional patrol routes and communication protocols. I'm going to coordinate with nearby settlements to establish search protocols. Starlight Drive-In and Outpost Samunja are in the best position to assist with southern perimeter coverage. Stand by for coordination details. The complexity of managing multi-community emergency response required signal flare to maintain awareness of dozens of variables simultaneously. Settlement capabilities, available resources, current personnel locations, equipment status, communication reliability, weather progression, and evacuation routes all factored into decisions that needed to be made quickly, but with careful attention to unintended consequences. Within minutes, Signal Flare had established a coordination pattern that addressed the missing patrol while maintaining appropriate shelter preparations. Starlight Drive-In dispatched a search team equipped with radiation-hardened communication equipment, while Outpost Zimonja repositioned their own patrols to provide backup coverage. Most importantly, all communities received updated timeline projections that would allow them to complete search activities before the storm reached dangerous intensity levels. This is the kind of coordination that makes our network effective, Signal Flare observed during a brief lull in communications traffic. Individual settlements handling local concerns while maintaining regional awareness that allows mutual support when challenges exceed local capabilities. No community has to face emergencies alone as long as our communication links remain functional. As the morning progressed, the radiation storm's approach became increasingly evident. The western settlements began reporting the characteristic atmospheric disturbances that preceded high-intensity radiation exposure, unusual cloud formations, electromagnetic interference, and the distinctive metallic taste in the air that experienced wasteland dwellers recognized as a warning sign. Most importantly, radiation monitoring stations confirmed that exposure levels were climbing toward dangerous thresholds. Attention all network stations, Signal Flare announced, their voice carrying increased urgency while maintaining the calm professionalism that helped communities remain focused during crises. We're beginning Phase 2 of radiation storm protocols. All personnel should be moving to designated shelter areas. Non-essential travel is now suspended until further notice. Settlement coordinators should confirm shelter occupancy and report any communities requiring immediate assistance. The response was immediate and systematic, reflecting the training and preparation that Signal Flare had helped establish throughout the network over years of emergency coordination. Settlement after settlement reported successful shelter implementation, resource adequacy, and communication readiness for extended isolation. But it was the exceptions that required Signal Flare's most careful attention, communities facing complications that threatened their ability to weather the storm safely. Signal Flare, this is Warwick Homestead, came a transmission that carried obvious stress. We've got a problem with our main shelter. Structural damage from last week's Mirror Lurk incident compromised the radiation shielding. We can accommodate about half our population safely, but we need evacuation assistance for the remainder. This represented precisely the kind of crisis that separated effective emergency coordination from mere information sharing. Warwick's situation required immediate multi-community response, with settlements that were themselves preparing for the storm providing assistance to neighbors facing more severe difficulties. The complexity lay not just in organizing evacuation transport, but in ensuring receiving communities could accommodate additional personnel without compromising their own safety margins. Warwick, confirm your population numbers and transportation capabilities. Signal Flare responded while simultaneously accessing database information about nearby settlements with available shelter capacity. I'm coordinating with County Crossing and Greentop Nursery to establish evacuation reception. Finch Farm can provide transport support given their proximity to your location. The coordination effort that followed demonstrated the emergency network's effectiveness under pressure. Within 45 minutes, Signal Flare had orchestrated a complex evacuation that moved 37 people from Warwick to receiving settlements while ensuring transport teams could return to their own shelter facilities before radiation levels became dangerous. The operation required precise timing, careful route planning, and continuous communication monitoring to ensure all participants remained safe throughout the process. Evacuation complete, reported Finch Farm's coordinator as their transport teams reached safety. All Warwick personnel have been successfully relocated to designated receiving settlements. County Crossing and Greentop report no strain on their shelter capacities. Transport teams are secure, and radiation exposure remained within acceptable limits throughout the operation. Signal Flare felt the familiar satisfaction that accompanied successful crisis coordination, but their attention remained focused on the broader regional situation. The radiation storm was now affecting the central Commonwealth, with reports confirming dangerous exposure levels across a widening area. Most settlements had successfully implemented shelter protocols, but the extended duration projected for this particular storm meant communities would need to maintain isolation for much longer than typical emergency events. Network stations, this is Signal Flare with updated storm projections. They announced as midday approached and radiation levels reached their projected peak intensity. Meteorological data confirms this system will remain stationary longer than initially estimated. Current projection shows 12 to 18 hours of dangerous exposure levels, with some areas potentially experiencing extended effects. This requires adjustments to our resource management and communication protocols. Extended shelter periods presented unique challenges that went beyond simple radiation protection. Communities needed to maintain morale during long hours of confinement, manage limited food and water resources, coordinate essential tasks that couldn't be postponed, and address medical needs that might arise during isolation. Extended shelter periods presented unique challenges that went beyond simple radiation protection. Communities needed to maintain morale during long hours of confinement, manage limited food and water resources, coordinate essential tasks that couldn't be postponed, and address medical needs that might arise during isolation. Signal Flare's role evolved from crisis coordinator to ongoing support facilitator, helping communities maintain functionality during extended emergency conditions. The afternoon hours brought a steady stream of reports that tested both individual settlement resilience and regional coordination capabilities. Diamond City reported a medical emergency that required consultation with their network contacts about treatment protocols for radiation exposure. Bunker Hill experienced mechanical failures with their air filtration systems that required technical guidance from settlements with similar equipment. Several smaller communities reported psychological stress among children and elderly residents who were struggling with extended confinement. Each situation required Signal Flare's careful attention and systematic problem-solving approach. Medical consultations were facilitated by connecting Diamond City's physicians with Vault 81's medical team, who had extensive experience treating radiation-related health issues. Technical support for Bunker Hill came through a three-way communication link with the castle's engineering specialists and Grey Garden's mechanical experts. Child and elder care concerns were addressed by connecting affected settlements with Sanctuary Hill's educational coordinator, who had developed effective programs for managing shelter-related stress. What we're seeing today demonstrates why our network focuses on connection rather than centralized control. Signal Flare observed during a brief pause in communication traffic. No single community has all the expertise needed to handle every emergency situation, but our collective knowledge and resources can address almost any challenge when we coordinate effectively. As afternoon yielded toward evening, the radiation storm maintained its dangerous intensity while communities throughout the affected region continued their patient endurance of extended shelter procedures. Signal Flare's role during these calmer periods involved maintaining morale through regular updates, facilitating ongoing coordination between settlements and preparing for the complex logistics that would be required once the storm passed and normal activities could resume. Evening update for all network stations. Signal Flare announced as the long day's crisis management continued. Radiation levels remain elevated across the central and eastern Commonwealth, with peak exposure still projected for another 4 to 6 hours. All settlements report successful shelter maintenance, and our coordination efforts today have addressed every emergency situation without casualties or significant resource depletion. The evening hours brought their own unique challenges as communities faced the psychological strain of extended confinement combined with approaching nighttime. Children who had been manageable during daylight hours became restless and frightened, while adults began experiencing the claustrophobic stress that came from spending nearly 12 hours in cramped shelter facilities. Signal Flare recognized these patterns from previous extended emergencies and had developed protocols specifically designed to address them. Attention all stations with children in shelters, they announced, accessing specialized programming they had prepared for exactly such circumstances. Denied probe is into user call beard so conturies. Anida mind turies soring bille, so must be any and twos. And you may be, so may be, so pro condile. We're implementing evening comfort protocols. I'm going to facilitate story sharing between settlements. Children in each community can hear about daily life in other settlements, which helps maintain connection to the larger world beyond shelter walls. What followed was one of Signal Flare's most important functions, using radio communication to maintain community morale and psychological health during extended crisis periods. Children in Sanctuary Hills shared descriptions of their settlement's gardens and the animals they cared for. Young residents of the castle described the excitement of living in a historic fortress and the games they played in its courtyards. Teenagers from various settlements exchanged stories about their apprenticeships and training programs, creating connections that would outlast the current emergency. This is why our network succeeds. Signal Flare reflected as they facilitated these inter-settlement conversations. We don't just coordinate resources and emergency responses, we maintain the human connections that give communities strength to endure difficult circumstances. Isolation is more than physical separation. It's the loss of connection to the broader human story we're all part of. As night deepened over the Commonwealth, radiation levels finally began their slow decline towards safe thresholds. The most dangerous phase of the storm was passing, but several more hours would be required before communities could safely emerge from shelter facilities. Signal Flare used these transitional hours to coordinate the complex logistics of returning to normal operations while ensuring continued safety for all network participants. Preliminary all clear projected for approximately 3 a.m. Signal Flare announced as midnight approached. Communities should begin preparing for gradual shelter egress but maintain monitoring protocols until we confirm radiation levels have dropped below established safety thresholds. Priority activities once all clear is confirmed will be perimeter security checks, communication equipment verification and damage assessment. The final hours of the shelter period were often the most challenging, as communities experienced the psychological tension of approaching freedom while needing to maintain protective discipline until conditions were genuinely safe. Signal Flare had learned to address this pattern by providing detailed activities that kept settlement residents engaged while ensuring safety protocols remained in effect. Network coordination tonight demonstrates everything our system was designed to achieve. Signal Flare observed as they began preparing post-storm coordination protocols. 43 settlements weathered a major radiation storm without casualties, equipment failures, or resource shortages. More importantly, communities that faced specific challenges received immediate support from neighbors who understood that regional security depends on every settlement's welfare. When the all-clear finally came at 3:27 in the morning, Signal Flare coordinated a systematic emergence process that prioritized safety while allowing communities to resume essential activities. Perimeter security teams confirmed environmental safety, communication networks were tested and verified, and settlement coordinators reported successful transitions back to normal operations. Final storm report for Commonwealth Emergency Network. Signal flare announced as dawn approached, their voice carrying the satisfaction of another successful crisis coordination. All network settlements have successfully weathered the radiation storm with zero casualties and minimal resource depletion. Emergency evacuation from Warwick Homestead was completed without incident, with displaced residents returning home this morning to begin shelter repairs. The post-storm hours brought their own coordination requirements as settlements assessed storm damage, resumed suspended activities, and shared resources to address any problems that had emerged during the extended emergency. Signal flare facilitated these activities with the same systematic attention they had devoted to crisis management, ensuring that recovery proceeded as smoothly as emergency response had been implemented. Today's coordination effort represents our network at its most effective, Signal flare reflected during their morning briefing. We demonstrated that communities working together can handle emergencies that might overwhelm individual settlements. More importantly, we maintained not just physical safety but community morale and connection throughout an extended crisis period. The radiation storm response had reinforced fundamental lessons about emergency coordination that Signal flare had learned through years of experience managing Commonwealth crises. Effective emergency management required more than just resource allocation and information sharing. It demanded understanding of how communities functioned under stress and how communication networks could provide psychological as well as practical support during difficult periods. As the Commonwealth settled back into its normal rhythms, Signal flare began the methodical process of documenting lessons learned, updating protocols based on the previous day's experience, and preparing for whatever challenges the future might bring. The emergency coordination network had proven its value once again, transforming a potentially devastating natural disaster into a manageable community challenge through cooperation, communication, and careful planning. Emergency coordination succeeds because it recognizes that individual survival depends on community resilience. Signal flare noted in their post-incident report. Yesterday's storm could have caused significant casualties and resource depletion if communities had faced it alone. Instead, our network transformed the emergency into an opportunity to demonstrate the strength that comes from mutual support and shared responsibility. As afternoon settled over the Commonwealth, bringing the gentle peace that followed successful crisis management, Signal flare prepared for another evening of monitoring weather patterns, facilitating inter-settlement communication and maintaining the vigilant attention that kept their emergency network ready for whatever challenges the Wasteland might present. The radiation storm had passed, but the work of community coordination continued, a quiet, persistent effort that made the difference between survival and security for thousands of people throughout the region. Until tomorrow brings its own challenges and opportunities, Commonwealth Emergency Network, Signal flare concluded their shift change briefing. May our communications remain clear, our coordination continue to serve community welfare, and our collective vigilance keep every settlement safe in an uncertain world. While Signal flare's Emergency Coordination Center settles into peaceful monitoring mode after successfully managing the radiation storm crisis, in a different corner of the Commonwealth, another radio professional prepares for their own evening shift. In a studio filled with historical recordings and transcription equipment, DJ Chronicle Keeper reviews notes for crucial interviews with an elderly ghoul whose memories span from pre-war life through the early Reconstruction period. Their precious recollections about to be preserved for future generations. Join us next for the Memory Keeper's archive. Evening shadows stretched across the Commonwealth as DJ Chronicle Keeper prepared their recording equipment with the reverent care of someone about to document irreplaceable human history. The archive studio, located in a carefully restored section of what had once been the Cambridge Public Library, bore witness to decades of patient historical preservation work. Shelves lined every wall, filled not with pre-war books, though many remained, but with hundreds of interview recordings, transcribed testimonies, and handwritten notes that captured the living memories of Wasteland survivors. Chronicle had spent the better part of 15 years building this collection, seeking out elders whose memories reached back to the earliest post-war years. veterans of the resource wars who remembered life before the bombs, and long-time wasteland survivors whose experiences bridged the gap between the world that was lost and the civilization slowly emerging from its ashes. Each interview represented hours of careful conversation, patient listening, and the delicate work of helping traumatized individuals share memories they had often spent decades trying to forget. Tonight's interview would be particularly significant. Testimony, a ghoul whose condition had preserved not just his physical form, but memories spanning over 2 centuries, had agreed to what would likely be their final recorded conversation. Age, radiation damage, and the accumulated weight of surviving multiple lifetimes were taking their inevitable toll. The window for preserving his unique perspective on American history, from pre-war prosperity through nuclear devastation to the long, difficult process of social reconstruction, was rapidly closing. Good evening, Commonwealth Archive Network. Chronicle spoke softly into their recording microphone, their voice carrying the measured cadence of someone accustomed to handling precious historical materials. Tonight, we continue our ongoing series documenting the personal experiences of long-term survivors. These conversations preserve not just historical facts, but the emotional truth of human endurance, loss, and the gradual rebuilding of meaning after catastrophic disruption. The studio's atmosphere reflected Chronicle's approach to historical preservation, warm lighting that encouraged comfortable conversation, comfortable seating arrangements that allowed for extended discussions, and recording equipment sophisticated enough to capture the subtleties of voice, tone, and emotion that conveyed meaning beyond mere words. Unlike the clinical documentation favored by some archivists, Chronicle believed that historical truth emerged through personal narrative, individual perspective, and the complex emotional landscape that accompanied major historical events. Testimony arrived precisely on schedule, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose physical condition required attention, but whose mental faculties remained remarkably sharp. His appearance bore the characteristic signs of extended ghoul existence, skin texture that spoke of centuries of radiation exposure, clothing chosen for comfort rather than appearance, and eyes that carried the particular weight of someone who had witnessed humanity's worst failures and most remarkable recoveries. "Thank you for coming tonight," Chronicle greeted him warmly, offering assistance with seating that was accepted with the gracious dignity characteristic of people who had learned to balance independence with practical accommodation of physical limitations. "I know these conversations can be emotionally challenging, but your willingness to share these memories ensures they won't be lost when I finally let go." Testimony completed the thought with matter-of-fact acceptance. "I've been thinking about mortality quite a bit lately, which is ironic given how long I've avoided it. 218 years since the bombs fell, and I'm finally starting to feel genuinely tired. Not just physically, tired in my soul, ready to rest." Chronicle nodded with understanding, having conducted enough interviews with elderly survivors to recognize the signs of someone approaching the end of their extended journey. The ethical responsibility of documenting final testimonies required balancing historical preservation needs with respect for individuals who were using these conversations to process their own approaching mortality. "Let's begin wherever feels most natural tonight," Chronicle suggested, activating the recording equipment while maintaining the conversational atmosphere that encouraged open sharing. "In our previous sessions, we've covered your pre-war childhood and the immediate aftermath of the bombs. Perhaps we could explore the middle years, the period when communities began attempting organized reconstruction efforts." Testimony settled more comfortably in his chair, his expression taking on the inward focus that accompanied deep memory retrieval. "The Reconstruction period. Most people today don't understand how chaotic those early decades were. Everyone talks about the Great Wars as if it ended when the bombs stopped falling, but really, the war continued for at least 50 years afterward, just fought with different weapons and different objectives." This observation exemplified the kind of insight that made Testimony's interviews so valuable for historical understanding. Academic historians might document political events and technological developments, but lived experience provided perspectives on social and psychological processes that shaped post-war development in ways that formal records couldn't capture. Can you describe what you mean by the war continuing? Chronicle asked, using the gentle prompting technique they had developed to encourage detailed narrative without leading respondents toward particular conclusions. Territory, resources, ideology, all the same conflicts, just played out among survivor groups instead of nation-states. Testimony explained, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had participated in rather than merely observed these historical processes. The early settlements weren't just trying to survive, they were competing for legitimacy as the real America. Everyone claimed to represent true American values, but what that meant varied dramatically depending on which aspects of pre-war society they remembered fondly and which they blamed for the catastrophe. Chronicle made notes while maintaining eye contact, a skill developed through years of balancing documentation needs with interpersonal connection. These interviews succeeded because subjects felt heard and understood rather than merely interrogated for historical data. The human relationship formed the foundation that allowed access to memories people might otherwise keep private. You witnessed the formation of several early settlements, Chronicle observed. What patterns did you notice in communities that survived and thrived versus those that struggled or failed entirely? The question prompted a long pause as testimony considered not just factual information but the emotional complexity of remembering communities that had failed, taking their residents' hopes and efforts with them. Successful settlements shared certain characteristics, he said eventually. They balanced respect for pre-war knowledge with willingness to adapt to changed circumstances. They maintained enough security to protect their members without becoming militaristic to the point of alienating potential allies. Most importantly, they found ways to preserve human dignity while acknowledging that survival required difficult compromises with pre-war moral standards. Chronicle recognized this as the kind of insight that contemporary communities still struggle to implement. The balance between preservation and adaptation, security and openness, pragmatism and idealism remain central challenges for Commonwealth settlements. Testimony's historical perspective offered guidance drawn from observing dozens of communities attempt various solutions to these persistent dilemmas. Can you give me specific examples of communities that achieved this balance successfully? Chronicle requested, knowing that concrete details would make abstract principles more accessible to future listeners. Testimony's expression brightened slightly as he shifted from analyzing failure patterns to remembering success stories. There was a settlement called Haven Creek, about 40 miles north of here, founded maybe 60 years after the war. They built their community around a pre-war library that had somehow survived intact. But instead of just preserving the books, they used them as teaching tools while developing new knowledge appropriate to their circumstances. The narrative that followed demonstrated Testimony's remarkable ability to remember not just events, but the social dynamics and individual personalities that shaped community development. Haven Creek had succeeded because its leaders understood that cultural preservation required active engagement rather than passive protection, that knowledge needed to evolve while maintaining connection to historical wisdom. They had a policy of teaching pre-war skills alongside wasteland survival techniques. Testimony continued. Children learned to read and write using salvaged textbooks, but they also learned to identify edible plants, defend against radiation exposure, and negotiate with trader caravans. The community understood that education meant preparing people for the world that actually existed, not the world they wished they could recreate. Chronicle found themselves genuinely moved by this description, recognizing parallels to contemporary educational challenges that settlements still faced. The tension between preserving valuable knowledge from the past and developing skills needed for present circumstances remained as relevant today as it had been during the early Reconstruction period. What happened to Haven Creek? Chronicle asked, though they suspected the answer would be less optimistic than the description of its founding principles. Raider attacks, Ultimately, testimony replied with the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had witnessed too many community failures to maintain emotional investment in any particular tragedy. Their educational success made them prosperous, which attracted attention from groups who preferred taking wealth to creating it. They survived 3 major attacks, but the 4th overwhelmed their defenses. By then, though, Heaven Creek's residents had trained people in dozens of other communities. Their approach to education survived even when the settlement itself didn't. This pattern, successful innovations spreading beyond their original communities to influence broader regional development, represented one of testimony's most important historical observations. Individual settlements might fail, but useful ideas, successful practices, and trained individuals could seed improvements throughout larger areas, creating gradual progress even amid apparent setbacks. That raises an interesting point about how progress happened during the Reconstruction period. Chronicle observed, not through grand political movements or technological breakthroughs, but through the accumulation of small improvements and successful practices spreading between communities. Exactly, testimony confirmed with enthusiasm that suggested this observation captured something he had long wanted to articulate. People today sometimes get frustrated because change seems so slow, but they don't understand how much worse conditions were during the early decades. Every settlement that learned to purify water more effectively, every community that developed better crop rotation techniques, every group that figured out how to manufacture ammunition or medical supplies, each success made survival a little more secure for everyone in the region. Chronicle paused to refill their tea while allowing testimony time to rest, recognizing the physical and emotional toll these extended memory retrieval sessions could impose. The interview had been proceeding for over 2 hours, but the quality of information being preserved justified the extended time investment, particularly given the likelihood that this might be their final comprehensive conversation. "I want to shift our focus slightly," Chronicle said as they resumed recording. "You've described community development and regional progress, but I'm curious about personal experiences. How did individuals cope with the psychological challenges of living through such massive historical disruption?" The question prompted another thoughtful pause as testimony considered how to articulate experiences that younger generations might struggle to comprehend. Trauma was universal, but people responded differently depending on their personalities and circumstances. Some focused entirely on practical survival, becoming almost mechanical in their approach to daily life. Others threw themselves into building communities, using collective action as a way to process individual loss. Still others withdrew into spiritual or philosophical pursuits, trying to find meaning in catastrophe. Chronicle recognized this categorization as potentially useful for understanding contemporary psychological challenges faced by Wasteland residents. While the acute trauma of nuclear war had faded into historical memory, the ongoing stresses of Wasteland survival created similar psychological pressures that communities were still learning to address. Which approach seemed most effective for long-term psychological health? Chronicle asked, knowing the question had implications for how current communities might better support members dealing with trauma and loss. The most resilient people found ways to combine all 3 approaches, testimony replied after careful consideration. They maintained practical competence while participating in community building and developing personal frameworks for understanding their experiences. People who relied too heavily on just one approach often struggled when circumstances changed or when their chosen coping mechanism was no longer available. This insight prompted Chronicle to think about their own work as historical preservation. The interviews themselves represented a combination of practical documentation, community building through shared narrative, and personal meaning-making through the process of understanding historical experiences. Perhaps the archive work succeeded because it integrated multiple approaches to processing collective trauma. "Your own survival seems to exemplify that balanced approach," Chronicle observed. "You've maintained practical skills while participating in numerous communities and developing sophisticated perspectives on historical processes. What kept you engaged with life when many others might have given up?" The personal nature of this question created a moment of vulnerability that Chronicle recognized as potentially either deepening the conversation or creating defensive withdrawal. Testimony's response would indicate his comfort level with moving beyond historical observation toward personal reflection about his own remarkable longevity. Curiosity, mainly, Testimony answered after a long pause. I wanted to see how the story turned out. Each decade brought new developments, communities succeeding or failing, technologies being rediscovered or invented, social innovations emerging from unexpected places. I remained engaged because human creativity kept surprising me even under the most difficult circumstances. The simplicity of this explanation belied its profundity. Chronicle realized they were documenting not just historical information, but wisdom about sustaining hope and engagement during extended periods of uncertainty and difficulty. Contemporary communities struggling with their own challenges could benefit from understanding how individuals maintained purpose and curiosity across decades of hardship. That perspective seems increasingly important as communities today face ongoing challenges, Chronicle noted. Climate variation, resource scarcity, territorial conflicts, the fundamental problems haven't been solved, just managed differently. Your experience suggests that maintaining curiosity and engagement might be more important than achieving definitive solutions. Progress happens generationally, Testimony agreed. Each cohort of survivors builds on previous achievements while developing their own innovations. The communities being established now are far more sophisticated than early settlements, not because current leaders are more capable, but because they have access to accumulated knowledge and proven practices that took decades to develop. This observation provided a note of optimism that Chronicle found personally meaningful. The archive work sometimes felt overwhelming when considering how much knowledge had been lost during the collapse of pre-war civilization, but Testimony's perspective suggested that patient accumulation of wisdom, even if slow and incomplete, could eventually create meaningful improvement in human circumstances. As the interview moved into its final hour, Chronicle guided the conversation toward Testimony's reflections on mortality and legacy, topics that seemed particularly relevant given his approaching end and the historical significance of his experiences. You mentioned feeling ready to rest, Chronicle said gently. How do you think about the legacy of your experiences and the knowledge you've accumulated? Individual lives end, but human consciousness continues through the institutions and practices we create. Testimony replied with the philosophical calm that characterized people who had reached genuine peace with their mortality. These interviews will preserve perspectives I've developed, but more importantly, the communities I've helped establish continue making decisions influenced by hard-won knowledge about what works and what doesn't. The conversation concluded with Testimony sharing his hopes for how future generations might learn from historical experiences while avoiding the tendency to either romanticize or demonize the past. His final recorded words emphasized the importance of understanding history as an ongoing process rather than a series of completed events, a perspective that Chronicle found both professionally and personally meaningful. Thank you for sharing these memories, Chronicle said as they concluded the recording session. Your willingness to document these experiences ensures that crucial historical perspectives won't be lost. Future historians will have access to lived experience rather than just speculation about how communities developed during the Reconstruction period. As Testimony departed, moving slowly but with dignity intact, Chronicle began the careful process of reviewing and cataloging the evening's conversation. The interview would require transcription, cross-referencing with other historical sources, and preparation for broadcast to communities throughout the Commonwealth. But beyond its immediate archival value, tonight's conversation had reinforced Chronicle's understanding of why historical preservation mattered for contemporary community development. Tonight's interview demonstrates the value of preserving personal narrative alongside factual documentation, Chronicle reflected during their closing broadcast commentary. Testimony's experiences provide insights about community building, trauma recovery, and long-term social development that remain relevant for settlements throughout the Commonwealth. Individual memory becomes collective wisdom when it's preserved and shared thoughtfully. The archive work would continue, seeking out other elderly survivors whose memories could illuminate different aspects of post-war reconstruction. But tonight's session felt particularly significant, both as documentation of one individual's remarkable journey and as wisdom about human resilience that could guide future generations facing their own challenges. Chronicle spent the final hours before dawn organizing the evening's materials, ensuring that Testimony's final comprehensive interview would be preserved with the care appropriate to its historical significance. The recorded conversation would become part of the growing archive that communities throughout the Commonwealth had begun to rely upon for understanding their own development within larger historical patterns. History lives through individual stories, Chronicle observed as they prepared the archive for another day of research and preservation. Each person who shares their memories contributes to our collective understanding of how we survived catastrophe and began rebuilding civilization. Tonight's conversation with Testimony reminds us that progress happens through the patient accumulation of wisdom across generations, and that individual experiences matter because they become part of the larger human story we're all helping to write. As morning light filtered through the archive studio's windows, Chronicle felt the satisfaction that accompanied meaningful work completed with care and attention to its larger significance. Testimony's memories had been preserved for future generations, adding another layer to the comprehensive historical record that would help Commonwealth communities understand their past while building their future. The Memory Keeper's archive stood as testament to the power of preserving individual stories as part of collective history, ensuring that the wisdom earned through survival, loss, and gradual reconstruction would continue guiding human communities long after the individuals who lived these experiences had found their final rest. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.